How is everything? Is this working? Alright. How is everything? It's working. Okay, looks like everything's in order. Except that should be the other display. Oh, I'll just move everything over. This one can go here. And now, where is the chat? There we go. Okay, just another 7 minutes or so, get something to drink. Everything's in order, that's all I needed to check. Feel free to ask questions because once I get going, I might not be. I'll try not to look at the chat as much as I was last time. Wasted a lot of time that way. It's fun talking to you guys, though. I love answering questions. I think I can close this safely. Just double check. I can do that. Nothing got interrupted when I did that, right? It's me. It's Dr. Humans Be Gone. Can everyone hear me okay? The monkey's paw curls and the DVD, Lord of the Rings DVDs everywhere replaced with me streaming. Excellent. It's hot today, so I've got the air conditioner running in the background and also a fan. So if you have trouble hearing over that, let me know. Okay. It was meant to be. Also, hi, Isha. Just so everyone knows, in the comments there, that's Isha, who is the moderator for the Discord server, which you can join by giving just $1 on Patreon for at least 1 month, and then you are there forever once you get it, unless you do something terrible. Jonathan is currently out driving a little baby bird we found to the bird rehab center because there was no way to get the baby bird back up on the roof where the parents were, and there was nothing but like sidewalk everywhere. So yes, first part of my day was spent saving a little baby bird. I hope it's okay. And yeah, everyone give me money. Give me money so I can save more baby birds. Okay, it is just about time. 1 more minute. I'm going to say that's close enough, and just start getting the file up. Let's see. Right now, I am working on the ants walk cycle. Let's make sure to get Dropbox is in fact running. Okay. Oh, and there goes my alarm to make sure I know. Okay. So you can see I've got an ant walking. It's the very low resolution version of the ant model so that I can run a crowd scene without the computer exploding. Far enough away, you shouldn't be able to tell. Looks like the full test up. Like this. And set up to go on for infinity. So now I just need to add, it works well enough. It's not perfect because I'm not that great at walk cycles. Fortunately, hexapods are pretty simple. So right now what I need to do is just do some secondary motion. I'm not really going to bother with the head or abdomen that much because, again, it's a crowd scene zoomed way out, you're not going to notice. But ants have very long antennae, especially this species, and they move them a lot. This was for twisting the antennae, but they are very basic now, so I'm just going to do it like this. Let's see. These are the only ones that are going to be moving right now. Let's just hide everything but them. This to individual origins. Yep. This is the species of ant we see in Humans Be Gone, the yellow crazy ant. But these are the actual colors of the ant and not the colors we usually see, which are from the macrobes perspective. Alright, now what does it look like from the top? Actually, I should move the chat over to this one now that I think about it. Sure, a way to make the text bigger. I wonder if I can make this actually big enough to spread across both screens. Is that possible? Oh my god, it is! I can't do that though because then you wouldn't be able to see me streaming, but I can stretch the Blender window all the way into the next screen. I didn't know that. The next display. Okay. I just had to see that. Alright, back to the yellow crazy end. Yeah, that's right, that's okay. Don't worry about how wobbly the ant's legs look from the top. Just don't worry about it. Okay. Just mess these up. Just totally randomize everything. Of course, this movement is all wrong because they should be, both antennae should be kind of directed toward the same target. Now they need to be spread out a little more. But the main thing is just that they aren't moving quickly enough. So we'll this. Now to randomize it even more. Not quite broad enough in its scope though. This one needs to go out to the sides more. In Humans Be Gone, there are no other crazy ant. There are no other ant species. In episode 6, in the notes, Gregorsa discusses that how the yellow crazy ants enacted a genocide of all other eusocial species. What do you think? Is that good enough? Should I try to make it a little better than that? And now they really go everywhere. Of course, now they overlap a little, so that's a problem. Where does it overlap? Where does that happen? Okay. Well, that's not so bad. I guess. Now the overlap looks pretty bad. Okay, we'll fix the overlap here. Oops, so there's one more. There we go. Okay. Enough. Well, everyone's quiet this time. Keep looking up and there's no new chat. Make sure that nothing's wrong with the stream health. Yep, 17 people. Looks like the stream works. You're all just very, very quiet. Get rid of this one add-on real quick because it has not helped at all. There you go. Okay. OW quiz, that's really cool. You raised them? Sadly, there are no mosquitoes in this episode. I do have plans for mosquitoes to appear eventually, though. We'll see if the story ever gets to that point. Oh no, Leaf, that's it. Yeah, nobody told me what they think of the the antenna animation going on here. You think that's good enough? Bonkel, there are two ant queens because the yellow crazy ants are a polygynous species. There were 6, but they've been reduced to 2. That's an important job. I'll be right back, just a second. Oh yeah, duh. Sorry, I totally quiz you. Forgot that was you because you mentioned raising mosquitoes. So then my brain was sorting you in with someone I just was talking to on Reddit. That's really cool though. Work with bugs and you voice bugs. But yeah, lore happened to the queens. Can't discuss that yet. All right, back to little ant. I'm gonna say this is done. So let's go in here to the graph editor, Shift D, and make cyclic modifier. And I can bring this up to 200 again. This should all loop now. Yep, definite looping for everything. Isn't she beautiful? Okay, now time to get this beauty into the file. Let's see, how should we do it? I guess I'll just do it in the file itself. Alright, this is in the scene at scene 4 called Ants. It has a lot of ants. Let's see. However, I'm probably not going to put the crowd scene actually in this file because that would soon get to be a very big file. I try to keep these small because I save constant backups. I'll give you like a little preview of what's going on here. This will be improved, don't worry, but it's good enough for now. Okay. So, I know now I can link the camera and I can link characters. So we'll start up a new file from a basis over here, scene base. Though actually I should just duplicate this file, because I've already got everything in place for it. This will be scene 4.1. Oh wait, I did already make an ants crowd file. Duh. It's right there. Okay. Well, I made the folder, I mean, not the crowd. Okay. Here we go, ants crowd. I also have the render folder. Bonkle, I'm well aware of male and female mosquitoes. It will be a female mosquito, though. There will be mention of a male mosquito. And as for where they get their blood, you'll just have to wait and see. Let me see, I missed some things up here. Oh, thoughts on Silk Song. I really liked Hollow Knight, so I'm looking forward to it. But first I gotta finish Lies of P, the DLC just came out. And right as I had just uninstalled the game, so I reinstalled it. Yeah, okay. That's right, I'm looking at the render folder. Yep, I do have a render folder for it already. Good, 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 good. Now we will complete hierarchy. Link. Ah, yuck. Camera and characters. There we go. Why is that happening? What is that? Oh, all kinds of things have a tendency to happen. Oh, right, because, yeah, it's not hiding. Duh. You are seeing the hair clipping out of the Hiver's helmet because when the collection is linked, I have no way of turning that off. Let's see if it at least turns off in the render. I'm curious now. Nope, it renders. Oh boy. Well, good thing I am not going to be rendering that scene here. It's just up for reference. And the camera is linked, so it will also change when that scene changes. Alright. Yeah, like a clan at the end, toward the end of episode 1, episode 2, I'm sorry, episode 2, Gregorsa discusses how only insects and arachnids can be macrovolutes. Humans as roaches is appropriate because in Humans Be Gone, humans are deliberately meant to mirror roaches. I think the elves would have to be mantises then, because mantises are the closest living relatives of roaches, and just feel very elfy to me. And dwarves could be termites because termites are actually just a specialized kind of roach, and well, you know, they burrow underground and have like big city dwarf. They're like architects. They have big cities. Just feel very dwarfish to me. And W quiz, I can't say any more than that. Okay. I forgot here that I first have to import the ant to save it as its own file over here. In the models folder. Oh, but first I should probably also save it as the default ant symbol. Now we can go to models, save it as stand symbol here. And now, that's right. Version data none. Make sure external data pack resources. Okay, how big is this file? Bigger than you would have expected, but I guess that's because of the animation. Okay. You can see how big the characters' files are in this, by the way. You can see Rose is the biggest by far at 27.3 megabytes, which are distinct from megabytes, by the way, because they are base 2 instead of base 10 for counting. Let's see. We have Hypermovia. Encisophodra is also fairly big. Surprisingly, the ant file, or the ant realistic file, is not that big, which is funny because it's a very intensive model to run, but I guess it doesn't take up that much space on the hard drive. Yeah, a lot of these are big just because they have the fancy new thing going on with the eyes that I did. But no fancy thing going on with the ant size, so they're small. Okay. Now, ants crowd. Here we go. Oh, that's how I want to do. Bonkel, it is true, humans are also evolving to be more similar to ants. But relative to the macrovolutes, they occupy a niche more similar to roaches. Well, Clan, you're right. We in real life humans are also pretty similar to ants. But we are not eusocial. We are just regular social, just like roaches. So that's a reason. That's something that tilts us more toward roaches to me. Roaches are also fairly intelligent. Like, not obviously not half as smart as ants, but still pretty smart for insects. Johnny Boy, Humans Be Gone is in the future. Very, very far in the future. On a planet other than Earth. I turned off the air conditioner for a little while. Okay, back to the grind. I'm gonna turn off characters for a while. Import. This all just makes everything more manageable. That's not what I want to do. There we go. Alright, so now for the, and let's revert this file so I don't actually undo anything important. Yeah, roaches raised in isolation don't develop properly, and they don't know how to interact with other roaches. They can't do courtship right. But it can be alleviated by stroking them with a feather, which is like the way like being stroked by another roach's antennae, which kind of makes me think of like the wire mother, cloth mother experiment that was done with monkeys. Angion itself actually has about Earth-like gravity. Tricularia only has low gravity because it's in Angion's orbit. And I can't tell you how this happened. That's spoilers. Alright, back to AntCirc. Ant source. We'll link again. This time we are linking the ant simple file. Collection. Ant. Oh wait. I should actually name this simple ant to reduce confusion. So let's go into the ant simple file again. Alright. Actually, I don't need to highlight everything because this is all going to happen. Okay. Battery name. Find ant and name it. Replace it with ant simple. That for all objects. I will do it for all collections. And all materials. Oh wait, no, not materials. I already named materials. Do it for the mesh. Do it for armature shell. Anything else? That should be fine. Now we can import. Wait, no, models. There we go. Oh, right, because, yes, that'll be why. still have my script. Good. Okay. There is no point in using it yet, but it's good to have it. Next. Make sure that's all turned on. That'll probably be easier if I just turn animation layers on. This one. Nope, that's an extra one. This is the base layer. Okay. And turn off the voice scrubbing. There we go. There. Welcome back. How was it? Oh, hold on, let me. I'll tell you later. Yeah. Bonkel, the pesticides are exactly why humans have to wear those suits in Formicosa City. Isha, yes, exactly. Johnny Boy, there is a hint given in Sephodra's tips, too. Red X Life Gamer, no, Jumanji is not actually canon. I'm sorry. I lied. But, oh. Oh, the dripping noise is my water fountain. I'm sorry, I can unplug that. I just like the sound. Alright, it's dead. I killed it. Claro, gravity is non-existent technically, but the unknown nature is still present and causes some gravity-like effects, like you saw when Rose fell. Gregorsa discusses how it affects flying insects a little in the notes for that episode, episode 6. Pyrounded, probably. Okay. So we need this. It's just analog cycle. Air tools. There's settings. Here we go. Offset 5977. There we go. And now we are at the origin on the first frame. Leaf, yes, there are some really big birds around. We saw the chickens. There was mention of the hawks. Canaries are some of the worst. Oh, but no birds big enough to stroke Gorsa with a feather. I'm sorry, no. None that big, just big relative to humans, sorry. But, no vertebrates get that big. The biggest vertebrates are frogs, and they get, like, a little bigger than the ants. Johnny Boy, they would swiftly collapse under the force of the gravity. It would take some time because they do still have the unknown nature working for them, but they do start breaking down. If it weren't for the unknown nature, death would be instantaneous. Blue him, I feel like a demi-blued ostrich can't be much weirder than a real ostrich. Alright. Bonkel, Sophodra, you may have noticed, really, really likes vertebrates. She likes them a lot. She has a complicated relationship with humans, but yeah, she just keeps a lot of vertebrates in general as pets. Just the human collection is up front and center so she can keep an eye on them. She doesn't worry about infestations herself. It's just her job to take care of them for other people. Okay, now, let's see, I've imported that. I should add, let's see, did it work if I just duplicated collection? Duplicate link. Did this work okay? Yeah, okay, this is fine. Alright, so go here and offset this one like a little bit. So it's not the same animation exactly. Let's see. How about here, maybe? That seems good. And the music you are hearing was composed by ddx.exe, who has been scoring the series since episode 7. A big shout out to her. The series would not be half as cool without her. Yep, like Leaf said, the planet is very radioactive. Okay. So the ants are working now. And I will call this 2 ants. There are 2 ant. Just enough. Okay, everything looks to be in order. I just like to make sure. And I like to procrastinate. So, now we gotta set up the actual crowd scene with geometry nodes. Red X Life Gamer, are you doing an adaptation of Deadly Mantis? Don't forget to spend 10 minutes on the map. Johnny Boy, anything that doesn't make sense can be explained with the unknown nature did it. Bonkel, that's exactly right. We will be seeing a tarantula with pet frogs. Leaf, I've been to Chicago, and you are correct. But I don't know. I guess Chicago felt pretty normal to me, but I've lived in Florida, so yeah. It's hard for ants. Claro, don't worry. We will be seeing parasitoids eventually. In fact, we have actually seen a tarantula hawk once already, pretty early on, if you were paying attention. Okay. How to make a new file so I can import something. I think I might stop this for a second. Let's see. Just call it. I'll just, I guess, save the Beetle reference file. Did I have that? I did not have. I did. Okay. Let's double check. Simplify. Yes, simplify is on. It's just that slow. Yeah, I guess I won't use the version I had here. There's no reason to. Okay. And oh yeah, I wanted to edit the ant walk cycle. So I want to. Actually, there was no reason to offset this to begin with, but whatever. There we go. Now they're not going anywhere. Oops. Nice. Let's make it more manageable. Huh. Shouldn't need to offset it that much. Why are they offset? That's weird. It shouldn't be offset if the offset is at 0 for both of them. Why are they moved slightly? Oh, right. And change it for you. Set it up so this does have something here. There we go. Now I can offset one of them. And this should be okay. There we go. Now we're good. Now this is 2 ants. Okay, check what you guys have said for a second. I don't think Sophodra would like cereal much. It's very dry. Mantises like things that are like kind of soft and gooey. Plan, you are exactly right there. They do not keep other species around for moral reasons. They keep them around for their utility. Johnny boy, you're on something about relative... on the topic of space travel, you are definitely onto something. Bonkel, it's actually... I think it was episode 9. You... there may have noticed Mundell referring to something. The... suddenly can't remember what it's called. The ledger, I think is what I ended up calling it. The arachnids are seen as below insects in general. Spiders, the spiders of spider swarm are distinct from the arachnids of arachnid swarm and like to consider themselves like more insect-like than the other arachnids, but the other insects still look down on them. They're able to get in mostly on the grace of fly swarm in exchange for sort of being servants to fly swarm. This is what they're talking about with the ledger, is kind of the flies calling in favors with the spiders. But X-Life Gamer, I'm so curious what got redacted now. Well, maybe Pyrounded, maybe. Alright, back to it now. And I will set up... Yeah, the one thing I have set up for the Beatles is way too intensive. I should just use the original one. So that'll be... No, not New Blender, it's around here. Oh no, not that. It's HPG Extra. What am I thinking? There's too many folders. Too much ADHD. Templates. Where did templates go? Okay, right here. I might just have it. Okay, yeah. This is a file that I downloaded a while ago from someone's Patreon. Basically sets this up so I can have little runny guys. Let's see. It's less intensive than the version I ended up going with. It's more intensive than I would have liked. I think I would rather just go with the version I had, yeah. But I guess they do clip through each other though. I know it works, so I guess I may as well use it. Now we will replace it with, say, insert. but they're not moving forward anymore. I got rid of that. Just randomize the rate at which they're moving forward, but then I have to take into account that. Probably the best way is just to import that all over again. Okay. Johnny Boy, you're talking about tricularia, which is a giant bladderwort. And I can say that no, it was not created by humans. And the unknown nature has many, many more properties than just the gravity-like effect. It affects a whole lot of things. Well, Uncle, I don't think YouTube would let me get by with that. Claro, regarding your language about Macravoot language, yes, it does affect their art. Stories are still linear. I don't know how much they'd like our literature. Things like drama, sex, those are pretty universal. But they wouldn't get like little cultural things. Yeah, poetry is three-dimensional since their languages, though they don't have poetry in the sense that we do since they can't rhyme. It would be more like haiku, just like evoking imagery. But obviously, not keeping the limitations. Art is three-dimensional to them. They don't have a concept of two-dimensional art, so they would not recognize our drawings. And yeah, that would be pretty fucked up. Don't do that, Gregorsa. Okay, now for this file, I'm going to delete everything that I do not need, which is everything. Delete hierarchy. Delete hierarchy. Delete hierarchy. Is there a reference in here? Delete hierarchy. I'm gonna just turn this down a little, maybe. It's a little more manageable in the meantime. Well, no, I don't want to do that. I will be right back again. Clan Greg, he's named Gregorsa after Gregor Samsa. And Armistari, no, the bladders were not there when the humans reached Angion. just realized I forgot to check how far the ants were moving. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Jeez. Okay. There we go. Okay. They are moving forward this much every frame. Yeah, this is just already working, so I may as well. Okay. And now let's replace the beetles with something more performant. Let's say cubes. Everybody loves a good cube. How big is the cube? The cube is an okay size. We'll just go with the cube. We have two groups. This one will also be cubes, but later we'll switch it over to the other ant. Alright, there we go, much more performant now. Let's call this chain. Cram both of these in here. What was I swapping it up, actually? Oh, I had a lot going on here. Okay, I see. Alright, check your comments again. Claro Young Michael, or Mitchell, Nicole, I don't know how you say your name. Is it Michelle? Microvolutes don't do math quite the same way we tend to. More than thinking in terms of concrete visual equations, they do math kind of more like math on the GPU. I think of things like simultaneously processing them, usually in 3 dimensions though. And they tend to work with like fuzzy figures more often than they work with concrete figures, because their plant tech works more with fuzzy terms than with concrete numbers anyway. It's like it's more like you're pruning something than like making it to than like manufacturing it to exact specifications. And the plants are kind of self-correcting, so a lot of the time you're kind of nudging them toward things more than giving them exact commands. Thank you, Leaf. Red X Life Gamer, no, the planet we see is Angion. That Gregorsa was describing Angion as he showed it. And we could see Tricularia growing out of it. Pie Rounded, I think Rose's favorite Disney movie would, I don't know, probably be Beauty and the Beast, I think. I feel like she'd identify a lot with Belle. Likewise, and then Saphodra's favorite Disney princess would be Ariel. Likewise, she would see a lot in common with Ariel. Yes, I have thought about this before. Johnny Boy, I can't answer anything more than that. CR09FI, Gregorsa mentions at one point he is not actually standing on 2 legs. He's taking liberties with his translation. As he says, he's never stood on 2 legs in his life. It's true. If I rounded, it's true. Okay. Before I go ahead, let's see why these were keyframed to begin with. Oh, I wish I had left notes. Everything green is something I've keyframed, and I don't remember what I did everything for. Oh, God. Hmm. Sure hope it saves my keyframes when I bring them over. Is one time it did not do that. But I think it will. I believe in it, maybe. Let's see. I guess I'll just set this up now. Oh, why is that there? I deleted everything, I thought. No, I guess I kept it just in case, didn't I? Okay, I'll do that again. Not okay, okay, just so it doesn't break anything. Here we go. Ah, here we go. There go the cubes. There they go. Look at them go. Aren't they beautiful? That is because they are in flight mode currently, and I do not want them there. So, cube import. I don't need that. No. Red X Life Gamer, is Greg slowly going insane? Yeah, probably. Pie rounded. Which piece of Crawler Tech would be tastiest to humans? You know, I haven't actually thought about it. I bet the transistors are actually probably pretty good. Red X Life Gamer, the devices definitely have nutrients. They're just plants. There are lots of different kinds of plants. They have tons of nutrients, in fact, because they're being pumped full of nutrients constantly, so they work at full capacity. Johnny Boy, there is no indication that humans can talk to him. Soft Cookie, hey, welcome. I'm glad you were able to make it. Claro, you're not able to see it, but because you haven't seen it really so far, except very briefly, because the windows are so bright. But Sophodra does have a bunch of stuff in the tanks for the humans to interact with, just like little houses and stuff. Just like little plant pod houses that are like they would have. And, well, they don't have stick privileges, but she still gives them like little things to interact with. But yeah, no more stick privileges for the reasons Soft Cookie said. Also, they kept attacking each other, things like that. Yeah, the Ask Grigorsa videos are not canon. Which is another reason I stopped doing them. It's very confusing. Alright. Not shading, geometry nodes. Don't put this on just yet. Let's go over here and switch out first cubes for ants simple, and the second cube for ant simple 1. And now the ants are flying. Look at them go! Flying, as ants are known to. Well, some ants. But not these ants. These are workers. Dope sheet. Isha, that's a very good question. CRM09FI, yes, there are oceans on Angion. When Grigorsa was describing the planet, we could see blue spots. Leaf, it's not just male ants. Queen ants can also fly during their mating flight. But no, these are workers. These are just plain workers. I just have to fix the geometry node setup so they're walking instead of flying. No, Grigorsa clan. Grigorsa is canon. The Ask Grigorsa videos are not canon. But Grigorsa is very canon, and we will actually see him in the story at one point. Actually, a few points. At one point, he will be a very important part of the story in the story. Johnny Boy, no. All of the humans that Sophodra has are females. Don't fly. Don't fly. Here we go. Okay. Now they are not flying. And I gotta change it so they don't shrink. Where did I change their size, scale? Okay. There we go. Now they're the right size. But now they are not spaced out enough. Fuck. Let's space out more. Okay, and size these up. Let's see, how badly are they clipping? Okay. Oh yeah, also that's why I was doing that too. this one's a little better. But there aren't as many as that. Oh no, wait, no, that's the font one. Go. Why are they all set? Why are they all the way over here? The origin over here? No, they're not. Okay. When do I have the origin? Never. They never appear the origin. I don't know. Boy, they go far. Okay. Transform geometry. Red. That's not it. Let's see. What was it? There we go. That's one of it. That won't be the only reason. Why are they all the way over here? What do we do with animation? Answer some of your questions again. Yeah. Yes, Isha, that is the equivalent of the ref smile. CRM. No, as I said before, in episode 2, Gregorsa clarifies that there are only insect and arachnid macrovolutes. Anything else is just a demi-volute. It might be large, but it's not sapient. Pie-rounded. I will say that they do look like queen ants. Just like queen yellow crazy ants. It's like a little bigger, a little like bulkier than worker ants. Claro, not all humans we see are demi-volutes, but we have seen one demi-volute. And there isn't a cloning process. Humans still make humans the old-fashioned way. There are still males, just not a whole lot of them. CRM, yes, all the ants we've seen so far are female. They're all workers. DCYT, it's the most canon thing. Claro, well, Gregorsa's doing all the translating, so in universe, I guess that means Gregorsa is the one booting up Blender and cursing. Yeah, Johnny, Soft Cookie is answering all your questions pretty well. That's all about what I would have said. Yeah, look up Queen Yellow Crazy Ants. They're very pretty. Yellow Crazy Ants in general are very pretty. That's there are quite a few. There are several reasons that I chose Yellow Crazy Ants. Some of them are spoilers. And one of them is just that I find them to be very pretty ants. Red X Life Gamer, explosions are. It depends. Some of the explosions are dampened by the unknown nature, but others are amplified by it. And it's not completely consistent. The unknown nature seems to follow like a lot of rules that aren't very clear. Johnny Boy, you're exactly right, and that's exactly what is explained in Sephodra's Tips number 2. Just, you'll want to watch that video and then also read the notes at the end. Yeah, the rule is the bugs rule, vertebrates rule, exactly. Everything is actually very biased toward that. Armastari, I chose Yellow Crazy Ants. One of the reasons I chose them is because of the. Let me see, was it the Biosphere 2? I think is what it's called. Yeah, it's called Biosphere 2. There was, in the 1990s, there was a scientific experiment in making a closed ecosystem, but it was like for future space travel, space like settlements on Mars, but they tested it on Earth first. And the whole thing went horribly awry. And one of the reasons that is because one single species of ant wiped out almost all other insects, including other ants in the ecosphere. And it was not yellow crazy ants, but it was another kind of crazy ant. That is an unrelated species that is called crazy ant because it evolved similar traits. So that's why they're not army ants. That's why they're crazy ants. Crazy ant. Army ants are kind of like a bigger deal, kind of for bigger insects. Smaller insects can get away from them more quickly, and I've noticed that there is a theme that in fights, a lot of the time, smaller ants will actually win. They can maneuver around more and like get up on the bigger ant's back, and then it's the end because the ants are even the bigger ant is so thin that a smaller ant can snip it like it's her neck or waist off. Claro, I keep saying, watch Sephodra's Tips number 2. It's explained there. Look at the notes. It's not the X chromosome. It's Wolbachia, a symbiotic bacterium that is present. Yeah, just look at what Soft Cookie says. Johnny Boy, in the notes for episode 6, it's explained that the ants have driven all eusocial insect species to extinction. That includes termites. Also, hi Zuzu. Armistari, I also like Esseton Army ants a lot. Clan, it is inconsistent, and part of that is that like insects in real life vary like a lot in size. Like the biggest ones are as big as stick insects, which are like as long as half of a small child's arm, and then the smallest are microscopic fairy flies, which are a type of parasitoid wasp. I could not make them vary that much in the show. It would be extremely difficult for them to be like comparable sapient species that way. So they're all like more or less the same size with just like a little variation usually. And it's skewed so like they're the size of like, well, I guess I can't spoil why they're the size as they are, but it is influenced by like the average size of their families. So like typically like beetles are bigger than like true bugs or flies. Thrips. Yeah, the eusocial thrips are gone. I love eusocial thrips, I'm sorry. Alright. Now I am going to take a break from answering questions and work on this a little bit more. I gotta figure out why it's so far away from the origin. Oh, wait. Yeah, oh, okay. Wait. No, wait, that's over here. So why are those over there? And they should be here. And to solve the mystery. Set position, combine X, Y, Z. Was it here? No. 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 There we go. Okay. Alright. Oh, this was it. This was it. God damn it. Okay. This is why I should leave notes for myself. Okay. Change this though. I'm going to have to change the animation. Which I guess I'm going to have to do either way, but... I could have just looked at this. Okay. Which one was... Okay. So, 0. this now. Why did this happen? What is going on here? Stop the boolean. Okay, it's distance, distribute points on faces. Okay, I'll just move this here. Why are they not animating now? That's odd. They should definitely be animating. So here should also be the origin. They're still not at the origin. So much fun, I love it. Okay. Just move this directly here for now. Nope, that's not it. Oh. Okay. Frame. Minus this. Not quite, but we are closer. We are a lot closer. Okay. Oh, right, because I wrote 6 instead of 5. There we go. Okay. Problem solved. Alright, let's see what you guys were saying. Isha, not all thrips are gone, just the asocial ones. CRM, there are in real life some water striders that live on the ocean, but apart from them, there aren't really any insects that can live in salt water, not counting like the midges. There are like some midges. Boatmen are entirely freshwater. There are oceans in Angion, but for the most part, the insects avoid them. Red X Life Gamer, they are eusocial bumblebees, so they were also wiped out. Leaf, that's a good choice. Bulldog ants are very cute. DCYT, you are exactly right. Clan, how do bulldog ants work weird for an ant colony? I haven't read that much about them in particular. William, robber flies do not have jaws. They have, like proboscis. Just like a long, sharp dagger for stabbing prey. Leaf, I did not know a bulldog ant had killed someone. Or like, I guess multiple bulldog ants probably. Johnny Boy, no. Microvolutes do not process like two-dimensional images. They wouldn't be able to tell what was going on. Red X Life Gamer, the humans in Tricularia do not have spaceships or any kind of technology like that. They are very restrained because the unknown nature quickly degrades any technology out in the open. The technology they do have has to be kept in hermetically sealed environments, or else needs to have some kind of protective layer on it, but once it's outside a hermetically sealed environment, even protective layers don't last that long. CRM, there are the saltwater oceans on Angion. There are also some saltwater oceans in Tricularia, just like entire bladders that are almost entirely ocean. Though technically not big enough to be oceans, they're more like seas. Because the biggest a bladder gets is like the size of the country of Greece, maybe a little bigger than that. Okay, we gotta figure out why it's not animating now. Because this is animating. This is animating just fine. Now they're animating when I do that, but they are all messed up. Rotate 90. That's weird. Only the antennae are animating? Why only the antennae? That is so arbitrary. Did I ruin the animation somehow? No, the full thing's animating there. What the hell? Oh wait, they are animating properly. It's just that they're going so fast it's hard to tell. Okay. This one. Let's find it. Nope. There we go. This seems to almost work. It's not quite. They are the same size, though they didn't get resized. What happens if I turn this off? Are they still moving? Okay, that is what's moving them. Why is this not exact, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's amazing how 1 second things can work, and the next they're broken. No conceivable reason. Oh wait, screw it, I'm just gonna... Actually, could I just... Yeah, because that's not working out for meters. So, Let's see if I can load into the graph editor. I don't think I can. Maybe, oh, I can. There we go. Okay, well, for one, make that linear, and then add Shift A, linear extrapolation. Okay, right, because I could have put it in there. Well, are they working now? It's very hard to tell if it's working. No, it's not working. Okay. I should just... Yeah, I'm just gonna reintroduce that to the animation. Screw it, I don't know I'm going to this much trouble. No, wait, not the whole thing, just the modification. There. Shift E, linear extrapolation. You are not working, why are you not working? Ah. Okay. There! Finally! I don't know what was up with that. Okay, let's turn animation layers back on. I never know when animation layers is going to break with something. But what is it here? Oh, right, because I offset it. So I am on there you go. Okay, now, let's go back to the crowd object and get rid of the movement there. We are not doing this anymore. We're done with it. Alright, that was why. The rotation. I remember now, the rotation was why. Damn it. Well, I'm just not going to do the animated continuing rotation then. I'm just not going to worry about it. Still moving a little too fast for it. Why are they still moving so fast? That key. Clear keyframes, clear keyframes. Clear keyframes, clear keyframes. Clear keyframes, clear keyframes, clear. Actually, you know what? Everything here. All of these. All of the always strict controls. We can do, wait, not this one, no, this one. GN crowd. But all of GN crowds. This can all be deleted. Those can be deleted. GN crowd parent action. This can also be deleted. Still moving a little too fast. Why? They're not moving too fast. I think. Are they? Shit. All this time they were moving too fast because they were. Why are they moving too fast? They weren't moving too fast before. This is just hard to tell when it's like this color. Well, I don't really feel like fucking with it anymore, but again. Oh, the rotations are too fast. No. It should just be layout. Okay. Keyframes. Keyframes. Should be right here. That's where it should be. Wow. What did I do there? Oh, I see. Turns here. Because position. Yeah, no idea why it worked for the Beatles, but not them. Where did we go? I forgot to set these relatively alias. No. I mean, they are ants. Ants do travel in a straight line. I really have no idea why it fucks up for the ants, but not the beetles. It's the same damn thing going on. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying again. Boy, you said a lot. Yes, there are whales. The bullet cord doesn't work as well in the ocean, so things don't usually get as messed up or like as affected in the ocean, which is unless they are ocean animals that have moved over to land, like octopus demivolutes and a lot of plankton demivolutes have. That's interesting about bulldog ants. There are still fully aquatic sea creatures. Red X Life Gamer, the unknown nature hasn't been explained yet. It's just like a force of physics, like an alternate form of physics that only affects Tricularia and Angion. Claro, there are no upward curving lakes, but that is a cool idea. I should have thought of that. Claro, it's binding as long as they're constrained by like the little bubble you saw. If they jump high enough to escape that bubble, then like for a moment they can kind of like free fall, like jump really far until it catches them again. DCYT, you've almost got it, but the true gravity of the planet is not impacting things at all. There, it's like base, just like you're in a space station, basically. And pie around it, I think I've told you this before. The ants definitely have distinct personalities and opinions, um, but they are part of eusocial society. So there's a lot, a lot of pressure to fall in, like lock and step. We will be seeing more of the ants themselves later. For now, they're kind of an enigma. As for whether the sex ratio is off in all vertebrates, that not all of them necessarily, but a lot of them, especially mammals. But well, not too much though. It really is like mostly humans. Not it doesn't affect any as intensely as it affects humans. The less closely related animals are to humans, the less likely they are to be affected. Thank you, Isha. Sal, thank you. Well, I changed it so, but it's playing applied to the before the transform instead to the direction vector. It's like I had set. The thing is, I had set this up to work exactly a certain way with beetles before. I've changed how it works now. I'm just like kind of mumbling to myself why I had to change it. Uh, just because it wasn't working before, even though the setup was exactly the same as it was with the Beatles. But yeah, now it's working totally differently. And I think I'll just leave it like that for now, maybe. And now cause some random rotations. Could be it wasn't actually working for the Beatles to begin with, I just thought it was. I could just apply a slight random rotation on top of the 90 degrees. But yeah, as I remember now that... Oh, CRM. Everything I do, almost everything I do on Blend is in Blender. Yeah. Thank you, Clara. Clara. And, Sal, thank you for the help. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think the problem is that my system was never actually working. It just wasn't as obvious to the Beatles because they're round. But yeah, also now the reason it's breaking, like, is because, like you said, it's being applied after the fact because I'm animating the ant's movement on the model. That isn't the way it was before. That's what I was going back here to fix. Because here, I don't know why it broke. Now they're rotating and not moving. So I had it moving before, but now it doesn't happen. Alright, because I was animating them here and I had to change it because that had offset them too much, so... Can I just go back to where I first imported everything? Yeah, then I have to find out why it's offset. Offset that. Right, that was it. Because these are offset. That's why. That's why. I remember now. And then plug in answer. Except it has to be multiplied by this. We'll pull this back in. Whoops, no, that's not my word. And the size is wrong, and that. So let's turn the scale off. Yeah, the rotation, I could have sworn it was working before. The same setup. I guess not. Why was it working with the Beatles? There you go. Alright, I gotta turn this on for a sec before it'll work. How could I forget that it just breaks sometimes? This version of Blender just breaks. Ugh. Oh, good. I forgot that. Yeah, it looks like it's not my fault. It's just Blender is broken right now. And that's just the way it is sometimes. Sometimes Blender breaks, and there is nothing you can do about it in all of the world. Alright, so let's do this again. Let's reopen Blender. Microbloots do have games, but because plant technology is so fuzzy and imprecise, they're only very slow games where exact values are not crucial. So yeah, it would be... Basically, they have like point-and-click adventure kind of stuff. But it like culturally hasn't really caught on yet. It's still pretty new. It's like kind of like when you played games with the remote back in the 70s on some channels. Get back. Back, just eating a snack cake real quick. William Bryant, it was, I put world building into, like, other projects, but they were all kind of like fan stuff. I had trouble getting enthused to put, like, energy into anything original because I got too intimidated by the possibilities of something that I made up entirely. DYCT, I cannot say anything else about how Gregorsa is doing translation. Gundra, it's not actually true that insects are very straight. But just about every species of insect that's been studied in detail, we've found homosexual activity. In fact, like in fruit flies, there are flies that like male flies that will only mate with other male flies. I didn't know about lesbian rhinoceros beetles. Tell me more about that, Leaf. William, what gave me the confidence to pursue this idea to fruition? It came all at once, actually, after like a decade of like a total creative block. Okay, largely to do with a change in medication, probably, but also just kind of, I think, finally hit a point in my life where I understood the characters and their motivations. I haven't heard of the Mahars of Pellucidar. Yeah, the Macrovolutes are not homophobic per se, but they do like pursue an ideal of finding a member of the same species of the opposite sex to reproduce with. Just because that there are like many Macrovolutes who do not have one of those. It's called a conspec. If you can't find one of those, then you have to settle basically for what's called a close enough, which is like any insect of like any other group, or or macrovolute, insect or arachnid of any other group, any sex, because there it doesn't matter. And like different macrovolutes have different opinions about whether you should go for someone closer or farther away from you, whether it should be the same sex or the opposite sex. It's just like the conspec is the ideal period. So in that sense, you could say there's some homophobia, but apart from that, not really. CRM, yes, there are definitely gastropods in Angion. Uh, there are like the giant forest octopuses I mentioned. There are also like big slugs. Oh, sleep tight, pie. Dubia J, I also want food. You and me both. Oh, you see, Soft Cookie remembers. William, you could have a conspec and a close enough, but it seemed as kind of tacky and like generally not done because like the close enough then feels kind of like they're being taken advantage of. And then also their conspec like probably wouldn't approve. When it does happen though, it's like a female macrovolute because they have more power in society. It's a pretty sexist matriarchal system. I didn't know that about the future is wild. It's I was inspired by cryptid, the Pacific forest octopus. Okay, let's see if Blender is working now. No, it isn't. Something broke forever. Good thing I have Dropbox. This latest version of Blender is by far the buggiest one I have ever worked with. I should have stuck with the previous one. Oh well. Oh, Pi, thank you! Claro, yes, and it would be very cool. I haven't thought about that, but there... Oh, I think you mean snail shell, though, not a slug shell. Slugs are kind of defined by not having shells. But, I was gonna say, oh, my brain's going. There are chitinets, which are human cities built inside the shells of dead insects. I was going to have something with that, but then the story changed around. Now I'm not sure if I'm ever going to have a place for it, but I want you to know that. I'm sorry, I'm quiet for a second. I have to get on Dropbox and revert this old file to something that works. See if this one works. I don't think it will, though. Let's just go ahead and go one earlier than that. Let's go to the first one. Oh, no, wait, 17 should work. Shit, go back. Go back. That one. That one. This one. Yes. Restore to you. Okay. Gundra, yeah, promotion for humans be gone there would be awesome. DYCT, that's what I mean when I say shell. I mean exoskeleton. The exoskeletons of dead insects. Yeah, I've never heard of that with rhinoceros beetles, but I know that there are. But I believe it because I know that there are some grain beetles that have lesbian behavior. I just don't remember which ones. let's see how it reverted. It did not revert. That was a lie. It didn't revert at all. Why did you not revert? It's still broken. Oh my god. It's just broken forever now. What's going on here? It's because I updated animation layers. God damn it. Yeah, it's animation layers. Okay. No, that doesn't work. In fact, do any of the characters work now? Oh. Well, they're working. Where are the beetles? Oh. Here they're working. I don't know why it broke there. So I'll save again. Okay, this is where it was. Yeah, I think it's most likely I just didn't notice it messing up because I didn't turn that much. So, back to square one. Yeah, we won't do the rotation. So let's say that I had a random rotation to begin with. No, wait, I might. No, random. And combine X, Y, Z. Oh, that's odd. Oh, whatever. They're ants, they go in a line. Yellow crazy ants don't, but These have studied the ways of other ants, so they do. Sure wish geometry nodes gave me any power over animation at all, but I still need to contrive something like that, which would be very computationally intensive, but I've learned that I could do it. Now, our settings, and we'll set the speed to like 2. No, wait, that's not. Yeah, that's what makes it fast. Makes it slower, as I thought. Oh my. Much faster. Okay, that's what it was. 99. Let's do 95. Actually, that's like twice as fast. Why did that offset them so much, though? There we go, there's our target. Let's say 3,000. Yeah, that's about it. Why did that take us to 3,000? Why not? Is this a multiple of anything I've been working with? No, probably not. It just is what it is. This is the magic number. You know what? I'm gonna say this is good enough for now. Let's see what everyone's been up to. Yes, this is the show fueled by autism power. It's so much autism. So much. Sal, does this work for Blender with the geometry nodes? It's like I'm sure I could contrive something like this, but there's not really. I don't think there's a simple built-in way to bake and then unbake something. Also, I have no intention of baking this. That would be much more computationally intensive. Also, I couldn't bake it. It's not set up that I could bake it. Like, if I baked it, it wouldn't be animated anymore. Because geometry nodes can only bake mesh, it can't bake rigs. Claro, they can, but I don't know what you mean by unsavory things. No, the microvolutes don't have in-universe equivalents for autism and ADHD because those weren't diagnosed for the majority of human history. And get another coup. I'm getting crackers this time. Okay. I like to think that Rose and Safoja are both autistic, and that Safoja has ADHD on top of it. If this is annoying, let me know, and I'll turn the volume off for now. Oh no. No, psychology isn't much of a concept for microvolutes. There is no episode of mosquitoes yet, but there will be. Or there is planned to be. I hope we get to that point. Also, the old weevil is neurotypical. And Harvey is neurotypical. Except, by, insect and arachnid standards, respectively. Those are kind of different. Violet is also neurotypical for an arachnid. Actually, there are some spoilers there, but we will be going into, the philosophies of different species. Spoilers, I can't say how, blood-drinking animals eat. By the way, CRM, thank you for coming. I love your animations. I'm very flattered. All right, I'm back. I am very hungry today. I don't know why. Oh yeah, Gundra, I responded to you earlier saying I would be interested in like promotional stuff. Could you tell me more about that? And Sal, thank you for the advice. It's true. It takes so much. Barely done anything. All right. All I've done is failed to get things working exactly as I wanted. But oh well. Oh well. Now let's pull this in. Need this one. There. No, wait, that's not what I wanted. I'm in the wrong window. There we go. I don't know why I said import when I meant link. This doesn't need to be here. That's a better setup. must be very close to the frame. Very, very close. Okay. Where is the camera? There's the camera. Turn off ground. I don't know, that's why anything is where it is. Okay. What? We're moving forward. Why is it not moving anymore? What the? Oh. Oh. I don't want to realize instances. That'll take forever. Oh, right. It won't go below that. Yeah, that's not it. So many fun things to do, always. Always some little thing breaking. Oh, Claro, night. Yeah, DCYT. I've not been getting a lot done with these lately. Mm. I don't know why anything works the way it does. What happens if I do this? Oh no! Don't do that. Got it. I just know why it moves around here, but not that way. Oh wait, no, yes. Object info, that's what I need. Oh, self object. Oh, that's not object info though. Yeah, I'll just do June crowd itself. Alright, right location. Okay, that works. There we go. Thank God. It's always like kind of a gamble whether that will work or not. I don't know why. Finally. I knew about Glitch. I don't know how I'd go about promoting or pitching Humans Be Gone to them. They're like such a huge popular studio. Humans Be Gone isn't that big, even though it is CG. Here we go. Is it... Are they rotating the same way no matter what I do? No. Okay, good. Oh, but something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Okay, you know what I'm going to do instead of moving them? Is I'm just going to parent both linked items to another object. Alright, here we go now. Didn't know that about Gaslight District. There we go, that's much better. Huh. Well, that's odd. Why is it not moving the camera? The camera should also be parented. I guess the camera is parented, but the camera's not going to move. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, linking the camera wasn't such a great idea after all, I guess. Just leave that on for now, whatever. So I wasn't even seeing the right thing. That's weird. Why is it working like this? Nothing works right. It's probably because it's getting double applied. Yeah. Well, I give up. I'm gonna just do it over with the crowd scene from the original file. Their simplest possible thing. There we go. I forgot that. I'm just gonna go back to home and just delete it. Just delete all of it. Alright, what people been saying over here? I could always glitch a try, I guess. Dubbing. Actually, someone just finished making subtitles in Swedish, and another person is working on them in Spanish now. Truth is, when Humans Be Gone was still relatively new, I did have some people who were making Russian dubs for it, but then that kind of fell off. But I'm never opposed to people trying to make dubs in the future. The Russian dubbers had just done their own uploads and linked back to me. YouTube is rolling out a new feature where you can just add alternate dubbed audio tracks to your videos, but they haven't given me that option. Blue Hymn, actually those are the spiders from Star Wars. That was the file was an animation from a tutorial that I picked up, and I just referenced that for my crowd scenes ever since. I was using one that was significantly modified for the ants, but because that didn't work out, I'm just gonna take the raw basis from that again. Now, and templates, sample, collection, geograph. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh, are you okay? Oh, box. Don't know why I came up with that trouble. Anyway. Why are they over here? Why are they over here? Why? Nothing is where it should be. Never. I think this file is just cursed. It was working before. works in its own file. What the hell? Does it work when I import it to another one? Yes. Yes, it does. Why does it break in that file? What is wrong with this file? Oh, right, because it's so far out. That's right. That's right. Never mind, that makes sense. Actually, that makes perfect sense. Okay. Okay. Stop. There we go. And then on top of that, it should be this. Instead of this, should be int simple. I guess maybe it could just be insert. Are they getting resized here? No scaling. There we go. And space them out a little bit more than that. Ooh. Bad. Okay. There we go. Oh, right. That's part of the reason. Yeah, that won't work. work. I will have to double it. I wonder why I couldn't just separate the children. I've been able to do that before. Does that one work? That one work. Okay. Do I want to set these up separately? Oh, that's what it was that way. Okay. Wait, what's around? Where'd you come from up there? Oh, damn it. Gundra, the function is in YouTube Studio for some YouTubers, like especially really popular ones. It's not available to me yet. I've checked. Trust me. There are some like YouTube will come out with like experimental features and only roll them out to some creators. Like some YouTube partners, but not others. For instance, I got the YouTube community early. Not everyone did. And it looks like I've killed Blender. So, goodbye, Blender. We will do this again. We will do this again. The fun thing about the Ice Spider thing from Star Wars is that originally it was a design for the juvenile stage of the trees on Dagobah. Like they started out motile creatures, and then became big sessile tree-like things later in life. But the Mandalorian show just took them and made them like kind of standard monsters on their own in a different setting. It's a shame. I really love the transition from something sessile to something motile. Okay, let's say this is good enough for now. Alright, I'll snap it. Well, I don't know. I guess for one, it would depend on which variety of Spanish you mean. Um, Apart from that, I imagine she'd sound about the same. It would matter. It would depend on who you got to voice her. She's supposed to kind of channel like both Eartha Kitt and Daffy Duck. A little Invader Zim too. That would be nice if I didn't get this sudden clipping, wouldn't it? Delete hierarchy there. Oh wait, duh, because the ant part starts a lot sooner than that. Red mountain line. There we go. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna notice the second and in there anyway, so you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of the second and. Oh wait, those are still locking. That's bad. Well, uh, hmm. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter anyway, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. Just put it up here in case I need it again. Let's just delete the driver now. There's no validity here. It's the same app over and over again. Okay, so I guess that is worse. Never mind. Progress. No, I didn't know that about Zim and Devora. That's pretty fun. Also, this still isn't weird. Screw it, I'm just going to delete the thing from them again. Let's see if that works. Okay, now will this let me change up rotation slightly on all of them? should just do it this way. And now we can fix that. Okay, here we go. There we go. Alright. And I'm gonna combine X, Y, Z. And right now I want to be Z and yes, Z. I guess I should be 125. And maybe this 125. Yeah, there's just not enough variety for that. Unfortunately, that creates a problem. Why is it not just going to figure? That's why are they overlaid? By the way, it still isn't working, so whatever. Bug has been welcomed to bugs. Oh shit. Oh shit. there's just make the random work. On disk it is. Why are they advancing at exactly the same damn rate? Oh wait, of course they are. Damn it, never mind. Oh, the rotation is happening. There we go. Nice if that happened once and not continuously. Yes, it might make sense to do it here then. Now why am I animating it anyway? Duh. If I didn't want it to be animated, I shouldn't have animated it. I don't know what I was expecting there. They are all trying the same amount, damn it. Oh, wait. Just very, very subtle. Let's get to it for a second. Well, how do I look again? This doesn't matter because I couldn't move it. Okay, so probably the easiest way to do this is just going to be to copy this object twice. Connection. Why are they vanishing? What? They should not be vanishing. Why is that happening? Oh, right, because ground cuts off, I guess. What? There's another one up here. Why is there another one? What? Why is that happening? Oh, why is that happening now? I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Turn off the damn raycast. Yeah, these are crazy ants, but they took tricks from a lot of different ants, including army ants. Sorry. Uh, I kind of go back and forth between the chat and work, or I'll never get anything done. Why do they go up here? Why? There, okay. Plane just needed to be unfathomably immense. That's all. Well, they weren't supposed to be there. That was geometry nodes messing up on me. Okay. Now... Alright. See, I have a little weighted sheet, so I don't have to make quite as many advance. Point doesn't need to be. Alright. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Don't worry about it, I guess. Okay. At this point, all pushed out picture. So, oop, back to this. Where did it go? Why did it leave? Why is it gone? Oh, new shot, I guess. Why did that change the... Oh yeah, totally new shot. That's why it wasn't just panning anymore. Lasted until the new shot. Perfect. That problem looks incomplete and also out of order. There's not what happened to the rest of the sign. Sometimes they just start rotating and I don't know why. Enough. Good enough. I give up. This is as good as I'm getting. I just ran down. Thank you, Foxtronics. Yeah, I can mess with it later. Okay. So now next shot. Uh-oh, why are things killing Sephodra? Why is Sephodra weak? How are you figuring that? You know praying mantises can eat hummingbirds, right? Hummingbirds much... like, compare... You can look it up. See how much bigger the hummingbird is relative to the praying mantis. You just got it out for Sephodra, huh? Why? I thought you liked bugs. Yeah, I've been getting more and more children watching Humans Be Gone lately. They've been uploading like videos of themselves playing with toys, including like mantises representing Sophodra, or like sometimes they'll print out a screenshot of Sophodra and cut it out, or make a drawing of her. It's really cute. Okay, I have to go back here though to reset this. I do have a 3D printer. I've been working on that kind of thing. Um, Jonathan's actually been experimenting with making molds recently, so that might be in the works soon. It's Sylvan. Yeah, cow would be a fun one. Only thing is, both cows and Sophodra are extremely, extremely delicate and would be very brittle. I have to use like more of a rubbery substance for it. No, seems I was actually closer when I did it like that. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Ah, keyframe it the first time. Crap. Okay, there. Now it's keyframed. There we go. Okay. Right here. This is where we want to be. Okay. Yeah, so I thought I put them at the origin. At the origin. There we go. Okay. Now that's a matter of which way they're facing to. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see the problem. I see. No. think I might cheat and make it bigger. Well, the problem is, even if I make it bigger, they're still going to move at the same rate. So it'd be much easier to move if I did just move it back to the origin. I mean, I don't think most characters could fight Goku or Vegeta. They're kind of demigods. Or gods. Goku could destroy the entire universe. I don't think it's worth asking who can beat Goku. Superman couldn't beat Goku. Superman is also weaker than Goku. Everyone is weaker than Goku. No one can beat Goku. Maybe Goku could beat Goku. Also, but who is Goku smarter than? I don't think Goku is smarter than most people. Is a sad character that is not as smart as Goku. Maybe Homer Simpson, I don't know. Homer versus Goku to spelling bee. Yes, now that's the real fight. Of course, they speak completely different languages. I guess we're doing dub Goku. Gonna get another snack. Goku can defeat every multiverse. Goku is Goku. This is like hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Okay, I'm done with this. I am going to call this done. No, wait, I do have a third shot to do. Oh, what? Why do you need to... Huh? Why is Google having me verify suddenly? I got it. The ants would be furious with the existence of Ant-Man. I mean, how would you react if a single roach could control all of human civilization? Oh yeah, that's just fan art if it's on the site. I'm amazed you think that Safodra could stand up to like just about any DBZ character, honestly. Ant-Man does get really small, but he can also control ants. Okay, so third shot. Forgot the third shot. Let's do that. First off, yeah, I'm just gonna reset this to the origin after all, because this is ridiculous. Okay. Here. And then Alright. Now finally the third, which is technically the first shot. The deadly mantis also seems to have about the intelligence of an actual mantis. It also didn't seem that interested in fighting anyway either. It seemed kind of just like a male looking for a female. Mantises, on the whole, don't really like to fight. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess I didn't pay that much attention to the movie any of the times I watched. I spaced out a lot, but it like attacked a building at the beginning, but that was like it was kind of disoriented. Apart from that, yeah, yeah, it was just kind of flying aimlessly, which is just what males do when they're looking for females. It's just like crawling on things, looking around. Like mantises will attack if they're scared. And like if they think anything near them is a threat, they will attack it. But on the whole, they mostly like to just like do threat poses or try to get away. All right. Now that's a ship. Okay, let's see now. Why not sized? This part is just going to be like a lot of compositing. I just need to set up the background. So yeah, we'll just say all of that's done. All of these need to be constant. There we go. Okay, now it's done. Okay, now to add this to my to-do list. Alright, add that to the to-do. We're through with that. And there we go. Done. That is everything I had laid out for today. So I'm just adding everything to my to-do list. I think I'm gonna call this stream done now, everyone. Thank you for coming. It was fun to do this again. I want to try to make a regular thing out of this, I think. The Bug, you should draw fan art showing me how badly Goku would beat Sifodra in a fight. Thank you. Boy, I never want to spend this long on one again. Never gonna do this many sets or try this many things with this many characters again, altogether. Night, everyone. Good night.